Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you on a brisk Wednesday afternoon. I got the gloves at the ready. It does feel good. It's going to be chilly.
Makes me feel alive on this
Yes,
Wednesday.
I'll remind you of that over the course of the afternoon. Chilly today, tomorrow, but then it's going to get back up into the near 80s this weekend from looking at the forecast.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm ready for fall. The leaves are turning. I want to be able to wear a nice coat, maybe some gloves. You brought the gloves out today.
The gloves.
The leather gloves.
Wednesday Challenge. It's Wednesday, so Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's. Make sure you get involved in that at Wagering Central, located on the first floor. $10 to get in, and you'll place a $2 win place mythical wager on the final 6 races of the day, and 100% of the pool goes right back into the contest. So take advantage of the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's.
Speaking of challenge.
What?
You owe me $50.
I do owe you $50.
You haven't paid up yet. And don't be handing me a $50 bill. That's bad luck at the track. I'll take it in tens.
All right, I'll take care of it. Don't you worry about that. Well done. You were spot on with that filly. The Rudy Brisset's filly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, spot on. So we have set the table for this Wednesday. Shall we look back at the racing from Sunday?
Let's do it. Yeah.
And we're going to start with race number three. Sheeta Booty. It's Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz with the Keeneland grad and the Peter Brandt Silks able to pull this one off as the favorite in this race. Laid back and then made a run and made it look to be pretty easy work early on in the card on Sunday.
Yeah, it's a great ride by Jose. Very patient, saved ground throughout. Definitely made the difference. And then race number 5, we saw Gilmore pick up a victory. Actually, the first victory of the meet for trainer Mike Maker and Luis Saez aboard.
One race later, race 6, Broadway Boogie, Jimmy Toner and Jose Ortiz. This horse had a lot of work to do, but put it in and got the victory on the turf course.
Yep, closing from off the pace there was actually pretty easy in the end. Won by a bout of neck. You can see celebration in the winner circle there with another win for Jose Ortiz. And then the featured event, the Grade 2 Franklin Stakes. Future is Now. How impressive was this horse?
She was crazy sharp out of the gate, and then Paco switched her off a bit, and then she was able to kick on. It was a very impressive performance. And Paco Lopez, 2 stakes wins this meet, and also achieving that 4,000 career victory milestone in one of the stakes races, as did Irad Ortiz Jr. last week. So congratulations to Irad. It's been a meet of milestones for a pair of young jockeys in Paco Lopez and Irad Ortiz Jr. Tyler Gaffalione, 5 in front of Luis Saez, 6 in front of Jose Ortiz, Flavian, and Johnny Velasquez round out the top 5, and then Brad Cox just 1 in front of Brendan Walsh coming into this new week of racing.
I wanted to look up some information on Irad after he achieved that 4,000, and I found that he's only been riding in the States for 14 years, so it's only taken him 14 years. I mean, there is a serious case to be made that he could try to vie for how many wins? If he rides for the next, 20, 25 years? I mean, it's insane how many races he's managed to win. I think 19 Breeders' Cups.
8,000, 10,000, something like that. I mean, the highest mark in the history of racing is Russell Bay's over 12,000.
That's hard.
12,000 is a lot.
Hard to do.
It's 8 more thousand.
Yeah.
But
if anybody could do it, I would say Irad could.
Let's take a look at the jockey trainer standing, which we already have. Let's go to WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
Going to be a chilly day out of Keeneland as the numbers are going to be down out there. Now, hopefully the numbers in your pocket will be up, the money in your pocket, but the temperature's going to be chilly out there. 48 degrees around noontime, 54 at 3, and then by last post time in the low 50s again. So we're loaded up with some of that chillier air to carry you forward. Don't worry, the rest of the weekend does look better after we get into the Saturday and Sunday section of the meet. Have a great day and good luck.
Track conditions presented by John Deere, fast and good. We got some rain yesterday throughout the area, so fast and good. Turf listed as good on this Wednesday. Track conditions presented by John Deere.
That's like the first
You're
time
just
it
gonna
rained.
take my word for it.
It's like the first time it rained in 2 weeks.
Has it been 2 weeks?
It's been a long time. Yeah.
There they are.
There they are.
Fast and good. Now they're gone. Let's move on to our full card selections. Keeneland Race Day app. Download it on your smart device, and we're taking a look right now, and as you can see, Gabrielle, clearly on the screen in front of us, that we agree in race number 3 and race number 5.
Yep, and then we don't agree for the rest of the day. I thought that the late pick 4 sequence, which I took a stab at today, was very tough. If you're looking to play the pick 5 as well, I thought it was challenging, especially in that 7th race. It's a hard race to narrow down in, but we'll take a look at the sequence a little bit later in the show.
Social media, give us a follow on Instagram, Facebook. What else we got out there?
X,
that's right.
and
X.
a YouTube channel. Right?
We do have a YouTube channel in which you can catch Today at Keeneland, and you can also watch Today at Keeneland on the FanDuel TV Plus app. It's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. So race day coverage over on FanDuel TV. We're part of that coverage, as you all know, and you can check out Today at Keeneland on that as well. Our featured event, race number 7, it's a 1.5 mile, 2 other than allowance race. Post time for race number 7, 4:12 Eastern time. And there are some scratches in here. You're going to take out the 7 King Curlin, the 8 the Princess Spur, and the 13 does draw into this race. Better Bet, is he the morning line favorite? The number 12 horse at 7-2?
7-2? I think so.
Sweezy?
I think so, yep.
But it is a very difficult race. There are a lot of different angles in which you can go in this race, and I'm going to end up landing on the number 5 horse, 6-. This is a son of English Channel, now 6 years old. You told me he doesn't win a lot, but he's back in and against Allowance Company after trying Stakes Company in his last few races. We're going to go back to his Saratoga run on the 14th of July, going a mile and 3/8. He runs into Battle of Normandy, as well as Truly Quality, who ran twice in graded stakes races after. So finishing third against that group. He's run well enough here at Keeneland in the past. He was second behind Utah Beach when Utah Beach was brilliant going back to the springtime. So I'll take a shot with 6-, and I ride Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. And like these sons and daughters of English Channel, the older they get, the better they seem to get. So I've got 6- on top, and then the number 3 horse, that is Golden Eye for Peter Urton, who just won going a 1.5 mile at Kentucky Downs, and then the number 12 horse to the outside. That is Better Bet for Kent Sweezy, coming back to Keeneland, a spot where he's done well over this course in the past, the son of Justify out of the Galileo First Dam. So in the featured event, I'll go 5, 3, and 12.
I did go to the number 3, Golden Eye, as well. I had to pivot my top selection scratch, my second selection scratch. So now I go to the number 3, Golden Eye. I left off the 5, 6- because I mentioned he just hasn't won in a long time, and he's faced Allowance Company in the past. I don't know that this is an easier field for him today. And then I also used the 11, I'd Rather Be Blessed. This horse just looks like an improving type. He ran at 1.5 miles last time out at Kentucky Downs. He finished third in that event, 1.25 miles prior to that at Ellis Park. So he has kind of found his niche in these marathon distances, these longer distances on the turf. And he has speed. He doesn't have a lot of gears. He doesn't really have a big turn of foot, but he will be forwardly placed today, which I think will be a factor. The post position for the 12, Better Bet, I think is problematic because he doesn't have any gate speed, so he's going to have to take way back, try to save ground going into the first turn, and then go on from there. Whereas if he had an inside post position, he could just get in the pocket, save ground on the rail. This post, given his running style, is going to be problematic.
And with it being a 3-turn race, too, they start on the backstretch right there on the second turn and then make their the 3-turn journey going 1.5 miles. So those are our thoughts on the 7th and featured event. Here's Tom Leach for more.
I'd Rather Be Blessed has found his best form as a 4-year-old. 2 starts back, he was a runaway winner at Ellis Park at 1.25 miles. Last time out, stretched out to this 1.5 mile distance of today's race here at Keeneland. And he finished a good third for jockey Rafael Bejarano.
He had a good position, good pose. He had a good trip. It looks like in the stretch he's gonna go by and win the race, but he just give up a little bit in the last furlong, and I got big for the second in the win. So I think I finished third the last time, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna be ready this time. He's been working really good. Chris Harman, he's been doing really nice job with the force, so I think we have a lot of confidence for this win then.
Did he show you something when he won down at Ellis previous race?
Yes. Actually, he worked the other day and he worked really good. So hopefully we can get it done this time.
Another horse worth a look in here is Golden Eye. Now, it's got to improve a little bit from a buyer speed figure standpoint, but comes off a very impressive win under Flavian Pratt down at Kentucky Downs at this 1.5 mile distance.
Yeah, honestly, the whole way I was traveling well. I thought the pace was strong. But once I got myself down the hill, it felt like it took a nice breather, and from there it felt like he couldn't make a nice run, and he did.
It's a well-matched group. The morning line favorite is 7-2 on the outside, so don't be afraid to be a little bold in this allowance feature on the Wednesday card.
Tom, thank you. And another well-matched group is race number 6. It's a 1 1/8 first-level allowance for Ace Gabby, and Yellow Brick may vie for favoritism. Lipsay Bliss for Robbie Medina. Think Big, the number 3 horse. You've got Django. I mean, just the definition of an absolutely wide-open event, and throw into the mix that it's a 9-furlong journey for these primarily 3-year-old colts and geldings. There are some older horses in here like Bright Leaf, the number 1 horse for trainer Sean Williams. I end up going with Think Big, thinking that hopefully the added distance is going to be a positive move for him and Mike Stidham and Irad Ortiz Jr. This is a gelding that broke his maiden at Colonial going 7 furlongs. And then most recently on the 14th of September, as we roll this back, it's not often that you're looking to roll back 5th place finishes from a video perspective, but this is a horse that ran into Star of Wonder, who ran a 95 Beyer and is 2 for 2. So he ran into an absolute buzzsaw on this afternoon. And by twirling candy out of a Street Sense first dam and trusting Michael Stidham's judgment and jumping up into this A other than going 1 1/8, why not take a shot with a horse changing things up? And he's got Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, which is certainly a positive aspect of this horse's opportunity. I've got Lipsay Bliss for Robbie Medina. He's been steady at these longer distance races. We'll see how he does going back out to 1 1/8. And then the number 10 horse, Doro Unbridled for Ignacio Correas, the 4th. He just broke his maiden last time out, and he's another one that could step up with the added trip here today with Vince Chaminade in the saddle. So 3, 9, and 10. I'll take a shot with the Godolphin runner Think Big in race 6.
This is a really difficult race. My thought process here was speed. I think Lipsay Bliss will be able to control things on the front end, going 1 1/8. He's been this distance before in the past and hasn't managed to make the lead, but really fast fractions, including 46 and change for the half, going 1 1/8 at Churchill. So hopefully they don't go that fast. And I don't know that he's the best horse in the race, so if I don't see him on the lead today, I don't like his chances. I think his best chance is to try to open up on the field and take the field gate to wire. So he is going to be the top selection for me. Generous Tipper is another horse that I think can take a big step forward. He was coming in almost a year layoff last time out. The last time we saw him was in the Breeders' Futurity last fall. And so I think he needed that race. It's not always easy to prepare a horse to go 1 1/16 off of a year layoff at Churchill Downs, and he'll be able to take a big step forward in his second start off the layoff. But yeah, it's a tough race. I did leave off the 3 Think Big, but I get what you're saying. This horse, I didn't know about the 1 1/8. That was my biggest concern, but I think the talent's there. It's a tough race.
Race number 3 is going to be your key race, $20,000 claiming event, non-winners of 2 lifetime, and this one does start the pick 6 for the Wednesday card. And as you can see on the field here, Sombra Dorada, the number 10 horse, is a scratch, as is Sarissa, the 13, 14, and 15 taken out. But Sombra Dorada, how much did that impact your handicapping, the scratching of this filly?
It did, for positive and for negative reasons. The 10 Sombra Dorada, I did use her in second. She wasn't my top selection. So, I had a pivot in that regard, but I do think it helps my top selection, the 4 3 Polks, a little bit, because I hope that she can control the race on the front end under Ramon Vasquez for trainer Johnny Ortiz. Let's take a look at her race. This was a couple starts ago, and on the 31st of May at Churchill Downs. And this is the type of trip that I'm hoping she gets. Now, she still managed to make the lead, 21-4, 44-4 for the half, 57 and 110 the final time. She managed to finish second in this race. She tired a little bit late going 6 furlongs. I don't think she's going to have to go that fast today, and I hope that she can get an uncontested lead, because at this level, Scott, which she's taken another step down in class, I think she might be able to pull it off. I know she kind of looks like a pop and stop type of horse, but at this level and no other pace pressure, she could pull something off. And then the 3, Royal Blood, I'm throwing in a big long shot in second, 20-1, as filly should be able to pick up the pieces late if my top selection does get some pace pressure. And then we'll go way to the outside, the number 12, Just Like You. Again, fast. I think she's going to be in the second flight of horses. I don't think she can run with the 4. But another one that, it's a $20,000 claiming race. Everybody's dropping to try to get a win.
We see eye to eye, 4-3-12 in race number 3. This is going to be a much easier scenario for 3 Polks. It looks like it's shook out that way here in race number 3. So yeah, 3 Polks. This is her, I say, easiest opportunity against non-winners 2, or since facing winners over the course of her career, since she broke her maiden going back to October of 2023 right here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's get into our clocker report for this Wednesday afternoon, and we're going to begin with race number 5, Penny Smile, who's 9-2 on the morning line, 47-3 half-mile drill here at Keeneland on the 9th of October. The Blame filly has been training forwardly since breaking her maiden on the turf course at Kentucky Downs. She was 13-1 that day on the 31st of August, and she's sitting on a pair of sharp half-mile moves here for trainer Phil Sims, most recent of which was in 47-3, in which we're showing you right here, has tactical speed and runs for jockey Alex Achard. And then in race number 4, up on the edge, the number 1 horse, who's 7-2 on the morning line, up on the edge for Ron McQuet. Daughter of Upstart stepped up 4 furlongs in 47-4, and the Bay drops in class in her second start off the claim, turns back in distance and gets a rider change to Luis Saez here today. So circled the number 1 in race number 4 and the number 7 in race number 5 for our clocker report here this afternoon. We're going to take a couple of shots at pick 4s today, early and late. I'll begin with the early pick 4
on this day race program.
Race number 2 starts the first of the 2 pick 4s, and this maiden 50 event going a mile and a 16th is for the 2-year-olds. I'm using the top 3 in each of these races. I couldn't find a standout. El Marquesi, the number 7 horse for John Ennis, is my top play in race number 2. I think that the speed that he showed, or at least involvement in a 1-turn mile race, and now dropping in for 50 and getting into 2 turns, that should go a long way against this group. Morally, a horse that has gotten just incrementally better each time that he's run. That's the number 6 horse in race number 2. And then just working back to the 4 horse, Deeply Hidden. He's taken a pretty big drop down in class. He ran against a really nice 2-year-old in Getaway Car, who won the Grade 3 Best Pal in his most recent start. So this is a big drop down for Deeply Hidden here this afternoon. Race number 3, 3, 4, and 12. The number 4 horse being the top play in 2 Polks, and race number 4, the 2 horse Crickle. I think Crickle, kind of like 2 Polks, this might be the easiest spot that she's seen in a little while, or since she was able to break her maiden many starts back. She's the number 2 horse in race number 4, and then also the number 4, the big Calhouna for Kent Sweezy, is on the ticket, as well as the number 5 horse Sassy Walker. Second race off the layoff is the idea there. And then in the 5th and final leg, 5th race, 4th and final leg of this early pick 4, 6, 7, and 11, a turf event for the sprinters. Moonspun is a horse that has been very good as of late, and really good over the course of her career. And just another one of these horses, watching these races back at Kentucky Downs, I just think that left little late bend for Moonspun caught her off guard, and we'll take a closer look at that later on. But a $40.50 ticket, 3 deep in each of these legs with the early pick 4 beginning in race number 2.
All right, I'm going to take us to the late pick 4, which kicks off in race number 5, and it's a 5.5 furlong sprint on the turf course. Turf listed as good for this first level allowance race. I'm just doing my top 3 selections for the entire sequence. If you have more money, maybe throw more money into this, because I did think it was a tough sequence. The second half of the card I thought was more challenging than the first half, and maybe that's because of some of the scratches. But my strongest opinion in the first leg is a 6 Moonspun. She came off the freshening last time out to run a Kentucky Downs. 6.5 furlongs, I feel like that distance at Kentucky Downs plays more like a mile than a traditional sprint. So she's cutting back in distance. It still was a fine race for her. Penny Smile, I used the 7. And then the number 9 horse, La Forêt. She is going to be a big long shot. She's 20-1 on the morning line. Throw out her dirt race last time out. 2 starts back. I don't know that she loved Kentucky Downs. She was kind of swapping over to the wrong lead every step of the way. But her debut, she closed rapidly from off the pace from an outside post position, posted a fast figure for that race. I like her as a price. And then we get to the 6th race, 5, 8, 9. My strongest opinion in there is the 9, Lipsay Bliss. She looks to be the controlling speed. In the 7th race, 8, 11, 3, 11, 12, as the 8 is a scratch. So do take note of that. The 3, Golden Eye, I did switch out for the number 8 there in that race. And then we get to the last leg of the sequence, race number 8, 3, 10, and the 12. The 3, Remarkable Mo, is going to be the top pick for me. First off the claim for Steve Asmussen. And then the 10, Rocket Knight, for Tom Bamberg, comes in off of a good second place finish last time out. And then the 12, Active Duty, kind of running out of excuses for this horse. 0 for 15, but the figures are fast enough to win this last race. It's kind of that revolving door angle that you bring up. One of these days, he's going to find the right field. Today might be the day.
At some point in time, $40.50 from both of us, early and late pick 4s for the Wednesday card here at Keeneland Racecourse. Sales Grad Spotlight, we're going to go back to race number 2, take a closer look at Deeply Hidden. Built by Cloud Computing, that Preakness Stakes winner. Just a $34,000 Keeneland September sale graduate in 2023, and he's closing in on eclipsing that number in career earnings. He's made over $32,000. He's been running at Churchill Downs. They sent him to Del Mar with the string that Kent Sweezy took west to Del Mar this summer. And like I said before, I mean, the competition level that he faced last time out, level of competition, that's how it should be phrased, level of competition, not competition level, is here at Del Mar versus here, and maybe even a bigger gap than that here this afternoon. It's a huge drop down in class. Now, some may say, why are they running him for 50? Because wouldn't he be worth another shot to run against Maiden Special Weight Company? The reality is the economics of it, they paid $34,000 for him. He's running for a $50,000 tag, and the purse is worth $55,000. I mean, this purse money for a maiden 50 isn't far off of what a maiden special weight would be right now on the West Coast, given how good the racing is in Kentucky, how strong the industry is in Kentucky.
You know what I was thinking about last night? Keeneland, and we've been doing this for how many years? 6 years.
Could be our last.
You never know. I hope not.
Me too.
But I feel like this fall meet has been a little bit different in terms of the presence from people, outfits shipping in from all over the country. Every day, though. Sometimes we've seen it throughout the meet occasionally, but when you think about the horsemen that have shipped here from Florida, from New York, from the Mid-Atlantic, from racetracks like Canterbury, from Woodbine, from the West Coast. I mean, and that's why I feel like we get on this show every day and say the races are hard, because they are hard, because all of these horses are coming in from so many jurisdictions, and it always has been true, but I think even more so this fall meet.
It really has been, and it's strange too. We talk about how difficult these races are, but also favorites. I don't have the stat in front of me, but last week we talked about it time and time again over on FanDuel. Like 40% of the time, favorites are winning. Yeah. But then the prices are still good. The payoffs are still good. So, you can go towards those favorites. You've got to respect them. And you also have to pay attention where the money's going, because the money is obviously where the favorites are. That's how they're being determined. The money's been pretty spot on here at Keeneland, obviously, with favorites winning 40% of the time. Let's go to our best angle. Race number 5 is where I'll begin. I promised you we would get back into the discussion of Moon Spun, the number 6. And I think plenty of angles with these fillies to think that they're good enough. And as far as the exacta box, that's what I'm going to do here. So I've got Moonspun on top, and we take it back to that 6.5 furlong run. She has the lead, and then she is going to get tired. She kind of gets late left here, taking that left bend, and gets caught off guard a little bit as we see it right there. There's that bend, right? I mean, it comes up, starts swapping leads, and horses will just flatten out, and they're on the climb and things of that nature. But the cutback in distance is going to be a big plus for this filly. And 2 starts ago at Churchill Downs, she was second to Cloud Walker, who won on opening weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. But with that being said, These are tough races, as we'll say. However many times we've got races left here for this meet, or how many races we've got left this meet, I'll box 3, 6, 7, and 11. And working with Kate and Bradar last week, she goes, you know, these big fields, you can box some horses in the exact and take your shot and, you know, invest a little money because of the size of the field. So that's exactly what I'm doing here in race number 5, boxing 3, 6, 7, and 11, a $12 investment in race 5.
All right, I'm taking us to a little bit earlier in the day, race number 2, and I'm going to say this with a little bit of caution. All of my best angles, with the exception of Mystic Pleasure, have been running second. They've been running second, and it's getting a little frustrating. So the 3, great day for hockey. It might be a great day for a little win-place wager on this horse. But 2 sprints to a route. Dale Romans wins at 30%, so it's a successful move, and it clearly looks like this horse needs 2 turns. You can see him right here in the sales ring when he sold in September of 2023 for $100,000. He's by Twirling Candy. He's out of a Union Rags mare, bred top and bottom, and look at him physically even. He was a massive horse. Wow, beautiful. But definitely is a horse that needs 2 turns. So he finally gets that today. And I also think he's coming out of some of the toughest maiden special weight races that we have seen. East Avenue, he had to face first time out. He won the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity here. So he's one of my strongest angles, but I'm going to take your approach as well and box the top 3 and an exacta.
For $5. There we go.
I mean, I like it because some of these horses might be a little bit of a shorter price. The 4 Deeply Hidden is a 2-to-1 favorite. The 6 Morally. So I feel like if you're going to be able to hit this thing, you have to invest a little bit more.
All right, those are our best angles for the afternoon. Tom Leach, his long shot pick of the day, as I go to the documentation, is in race number 6, the number 5 horse, Generous Tipper. Second start off a layoff, wide trip last time out, and has pedigree to appreciate more distance. So Tom Leach going to Generous Tipper, 8-1 on the morning line in race number 6, the number 5 horse there. That's it. Enjoy today at Keeneland. Get involved in the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes chorale to the paddock. Chorale is the audition mixed choir from East Jessamine High School. This ensemble often performs in Nicholasville, Lexington, and surrounding areas. The award-winning chorale competes locally for Kentucky's Music Education Association and was nationally awarded Best in Class. They will be featured this December at University of Kentucky's Holiday Spectacular Collage. Please enjoy the East Jessamine Chorale under the direction of Kelly Sherwood. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave, home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Shantae Stodghill from dining as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Shantae. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a look at the John Deere track and turf conditions. The main track is fast and the turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the changes. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also start of the early pick five. No carryover in the first race today. The jockey of the five, Stingy, will be Francisco Arrieta. Number 5, Stingy, Francisco Arrieta, the jockey. The weight is okay. Overweight, number 8, Arthur, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Number 8, Arthur, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Second race, start of the early pick 4. There are no changes to report in race 2. Third race is start of the pick 6 with no carryover. In that third race, scratch the 10, Sombra Dorada. Scratch 13, Sarissa, 14, Antique Silver, and 15, Vegas Love. That's in the third race. Scratch number 10, Sombra Dorada. Also scratch 13, Sarissa, 14, Antique Silver, and 15, Vegas Love. Several overweights in that third race. They are as follows. Number 1, Devil of Paradis, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Number 9, Sister Ella, jockey, 2 pounds over. And number 12, Just Like You, jockey, 2 pounds over. Fourth race. Race 4, start of the late pick 5. There will be no carryover in that fourth race for the late pick 5, and there are no changes to report in the fourth. Moving on to race 5. Race 5 is where the late pick 4 gets underway. In that fifth race, scratch the 4, Royal Slipper, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in race 5. Scratch number 4, Royal Slipper, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Overweight in that race, the 2, May Strong, the jockey, 3 pounds over. That's race 5. Number 2, May Strong, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Sixth race, no changes to report. Featured seventh race. Scratch number 7, King Curlin, and scratch number 8, the Prince's Spur. That's in the featured seventh race. Scratch number 7, King Curlin, scratch number 8, the Prince's Spur. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Greystone, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Eighth and final race today, there will be no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Takeout number 13, Vincita, did not draw in. That's the eighth race. Takeout number 13, the also eligible Vincita, did not draw into the race. There's a jockey change for number 3, Remarkable Mo, make that Eric Asmussen. That's in the eighth race. Number 3, Remarkable Mo, Eric Asmussen will be the jockey. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to a brisk Wednesday here at Keeneland Racecourse as we get set for 8 races ahead, and with it being Wednesday, Gabby, Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone. Make sure you check that out at Handicapping Wagering Central on the first 4 of the grandstand. Just $10 to enter, and you can participate in that for the final 6 races. And part of that, our featured event, race number 7, a 1.5-mile turf event. You've told me at least 4 times anybody can win this race today.
It's true. My top selection did scratch out of there, King's Curlin, and my second selection scratched out of there. So I don't know what to do in that race, but it is a wide open race. A lot of horses in there coming in with similar form, and 1.5 miles is kind of a tricky distance. Some horses like it, some horses thrive at it, some don't. So it's a very interesting featured race. I know it's a little on the chilly side, Scott. You're a little cold today, but I am loving this weather. It finally feels like fall.
It definitely feels like fall here on this Wednesday. Enjoy this 8-race card ahead, and don't forget, get involved in the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's.
Race number 1, less than 18 minutes to post, and the first event of the afternoon, $20,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 3 races, or for straight 3-year-olds. Does start the early pick 5, the first double of the day and first of the many rolling pick 3s on this 8-race card. And no surprise to see the number 6 horse, Good Like Magic, taking this kind of attention. He's my top selection in here. This is a colt by Good Magic that dropped in for 40 last time out at Ellis Park. Couldn't quite get it done, so he drops down in for 20. And he's got speed. He's got some class to lean on. And it just looks a good fit in here to pull off this win. Now, the price is not all that appealing, but he deserves to be 1-2 versus the level of competition that he finds himself in here today. And the fact that Brad Cox has Flavian Pratt in the saddle looks to be another positive sign for Good Like Magic. So odds-on favorite, 1-2, Good Like Magic, my top selection, the number 6 horse. Then I go to the inside, Hoppin' John, the Midnight Loot Gelding coming in from the Chicagoland area, cuts back in distance to sprinting. He's been coming from way off of it in his route races as of late, but if you look back at his sprints, he's been fairly tactical. He's got an opportunity to finish in the top 3 here. He certainly has to make up some lengths on the favorite, but at 13-1, coming in from Chicago to run for 20 here today in Daddy's Dip Racing Stable. Good luck to those connections. They bring the Arkansas-bred gelding down from Illinois to compete here at Keeneland. I'm just intrigued by him going back to the sprint distances off of those 3 consecutive route races up in Stickney, Illinois. And then the number 2 horse, Pico Doro, for owner George Sharp. This is a Curlin gelding who gets back on dirt, gets back to sprinting. They tried him on turf in his last 4 races, sprinted, won a rod of ground up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. But his sprint races on dirt, he was running against tougher company. So Starter Allowance Company dropping in for 20 here today. That's a drop in class in comparison to his past dirt races that I think cannot be overlooked in here. So if the favorite doesn't bring it at odds of 1-2, watch out for Pico Doro here going back into the dirt ranks and also taking that pretty stiff drop down in class. 6-1-2 is how I see it. Gabby's going 5, 6, and 8. And 1-2 on the number 6 horse as we're closing in on post time. Less than 16 minutes to post. Race number 1 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 8th race. In the 8th and final race, please note, contrary to the program, number 5, Uncle Tuffy, does not receive Lasix. 8th and final race, contrary to the program, number 5, Uncle Tuffy, does not receive Lasix. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, a price of $20,000, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. A reminder, the jockey of the 5 Stingy, Francisco Arrieta. Francisco Arrieta, the jockey for the 5 Stingy. Weight is okay. Overweight, number 8, Arthur, the jockey 3 pounds over. Number 8, Arthur, the jockey 3 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time at 7 minutes.
Stingy feeling good out there. The number 5 horse for Brittany Vandenberg, the trainer, and Morisco Brothers Racing, a colt they claimed for $20,000 in his most recent start. And Brittany Vandenberg does well first off the claim, 22% winners. And I like the idea here in just shortening up to 6 furlongs. Now, whether it's just simply based on the fact that this is the race that came up just over a month removed from his most recent start, which we see horses running every 4 to 5 weeks really on average as it stands as a whole in thoroughbred racing right now in North America. But Stingy, slight cutback in distance, may suit him. Definitely looks like he's capable against this group. He's the second choice at odds of 5 to 1. The outside runner, Arthur, for Steve Asmussen, comes off of a win for $16,000 with Eric Asmussen in the saddle. He's back again to ride this colt by Uncle Mo. He's well turned out. One of the prettier lookers out there for this first race of 8 on the afternoon. 9 to 1 on the board right now. He's a 2-time winner, being a 3-year-old colt by Uncle Mo. So we'll see how he fares with this outside draw as he'll shorten up to 6 furlongs here this afternoon. If he can replicate that most recent start in which they added blinkers to him for the first time, he could be a contender, should be a contender in here at odds of 8 to 1. But 3 to 5, as we expected to see on Good Like Magic, the number 6 horse for trainer Brad Cox, dropping down in class, looking pretty out in the sun. The chestnut colt by Good Magic, looking for win 3 of his racing career. Less than 4 minutes away from the Wednesday opener. Pick 5 pool approaching $200,000. Best of luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Huntertown moves into line along with South Decatur. Supremely, Arthur, the last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Arthur. Arthur comes right out for the lead. Stingy between horses has early speed as well. Now Stingy pokes ahead in front. Good Like Magic is up close in between that pair. And there's Good Like Magic in between horses, now leading it by a head. There's Arthur to the outside. Stingy is now relegated to third as they approach the far turn. Supremely fourth. South Decatur is a wide fifth. Huntertown is sixth against the rail. Break of 5 more lengths back to Hoppin' John next to last. Joined there by Pico Doro, who is last. 22.55 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Arthur to the outside, Good Like Magic to the inside. That is the stride for stride battle for the lead. Supremely seeks to join them a length off the front pair toward the far outside in third. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Stingy, who's lost some ground in fourth. Huntertown is fifth. South Decatur a wide sixth. Off the far turn they come, and Good Like Magic and Arthur still go at it. Supremely is still in third position, moving by the 8th pole. Arthur has the lead only by a half length. Here's Supremely kicking in. Now Supremely has hit another gear and runs up to take the lead at the 16th pole from Arthur, who's now in second. It is Supremely, Irad Ortiz Jr. in front. Supremely to take the opener. Arthur second. Hoppin' John came from the back to grab third on the line from Good Like Magic in fourth.
Well, Supremely a different animal here today versus what we saw from him at Churchill Downs in mid-September, where he just simply could not keep up. He had good position as they turned for home. The favorite started to falter and finishes out of the top 3 as the odds-on choice. But Irad Ortiz Jr. Picking up the victory, the 5th win for Irad this meet, and does so at odds of 12-1. 12-1 over 8-1 over 17-1. Should be a healthy trifecta payoff here in the opener.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 4, Supremely, finished first. Number 8, Arthur, second. Number 1, Hoppin' John, third. Number 6, Good Like Magic, 4th. 4816 unofficial. First race results official. Into the winner's circle for race 1, the official winner, number 4, Supremely, owned by Tom Mayo, and tag team racing of Travis Foley. Trained by Greg Foley, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Supremely, 5-year-old gelded son of Mastery out of Supreme Maker by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Columbine Stable, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast-paced track, 1 minute 11.7 seconds. Results are official, 4816. The official results. Keeneland second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this second race. Main track fast, turf listed good.
Race number 2, less than 22 minutes to post time, and these are 2-year-olds, maidens in for the maiden $50,000 tag, $55,000 purse, 1 mile and 1/16 the distance, so a first wire finish, short stretch for this freshman group. Il Marquesi, the number 7 horse, is my top selection for trainer John Ennis, a hard-spun colt that they gave a shot going a 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs to debut. He was part of the early pace in that race, and then just simply weakened and finished 9th in that group of 11. But getting something out of that race, and the fact that he showed some ability early on, when you look at these young runners, if they can get involved in a race early on in those first few starts of their career, and then say take a drop down in class or change things up as they are doing so here today, taking the drop in class and now going out to 2 turns, I think you can expect a horse like this to show some improvement. So showed something early, faded. The speed and fade angle, it's a very popular angle with a lot of handicappers. That is in play here with the number 7 horse for this barn, led by John Ennis, and a hard-spun colt who gets Jose Ortiz in the saddle. He's 7-1 on the board right now. I would expect improvement for him going 2 turns this afternoon with that pedigree as well. He's out of a Keeneland first dam, the chestnut colt, Il Marquesi. The number 6 horse, that is the second selection for me. That is Morally, Motown colt, who adds blinkers here today. And he's another horse that, to me, he's shown incremental improvement in his 3 starts. Start 4 of his career here this afternoon. The best speed figure that I've got in front of me, according to the Brisnet speed figures on Morally, his best came last time out at Churchill Downs in a maiden 50. Now, dropping in class certainly helped that, one would think. Perhaps it was the 2 turns. Jeff Hiles, when he adds blinkers to horses for the first time, a very nice success rate. 25% winners with the last 20 horses that he's added blinkers to. So look for that angle to move Morally forward in start number 4 of his career, with Ricardo Santana Jr. getting the opportunity to ride this 2-year-old here this afternoon. He's 5-1 on the board right now, making him the second choice behind the full horse Deeply Hidden, who's 8-5. Now, a Cloud Computing colt who's going 2 turns for the first time in his career. He adds blinkers for the first time. And Irad Ortiz Jr. looking to sweep the early daily double after scoring in the opener with a double-digit price runner. This colt comes out of the best competition, at least most recently in his last race, and you could say the same about the 3-horse Great Day for Hockey, who ran against East Avenue on debut, the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity winner. But Deeply Hidden ran into Getaway Car and Smash It in that maiden special weight at Del Mar, and Getaway Car is a nice colt for trainer Bob Baffert that would go on and win the Grade 3 Best Pals. So just speaks to the level and the depth of competition that he had when shipping west at Del Mar. They gave him a chance at Del Mar, going 5 furlongs. He now gets to go 2 turns here this afternoon. He takes a drop in class. So change is good when you're looking at horses and looking for reasons why they should improve. And there's multiple changes being made here. The addition of blinkers, 2 turns for the first time, and the most obvious one, the drop in for the maiden 50 after trying maiden special weight company in his last couple of starts. He is 8-5 on the board right now. Started the early pick 4 here at Keeneland, and 50-cent minimum wager, going 3 deep in each leg for this pick 4 sequence, and it'll total a $40.50 investment using the top 3 selections in each race. Going on to race number 3, just hitting on the top choices, 3 Polks, the number 4 horse in there for Johnny Ortiz. I think she finds one of the easiest groups that she's seen since she broke her maiden going back to Keeneland last year. So dropping in for 20. She's in a sensible spot here today to be respected as a contender. As far as race number 4, again, 3 deep, 2, 4, and 5. Crickle, my opinion of her is that she finds herself in one of the easiest spots that she's seen since she broke her maiden. So that's the idea behind Crickle in race number 4, the number 2, but backing myself up with the 4 and the number 5 horse. And then in the final leg of this early pick 4 sequence, 6, 7, and 11, with the 6 Moonspun being the top selection. And I really feel has one of the bigger chances as far as highest opinions that I have here this afternoon. I think the cutback in distance for the number 6 horse Moonspun in race number 5 will go a long way, but then Penny Smile for Phil Sims put together a strong effort at Kentucky Downs and can't be ignored, the number 7, and then Sweet Gal O' Mine. She's trying grass for the first time, the 11 in race number 5, and her mother, So Sweet It Is, was a winner, a turf stakes winner, so leaning on the pedigree there at 15-1 with Michael McCarthy. So
3 deep in each leg of the early pick four, totaling $40.50. You've got less than 17 minutes to get those pick four plays in and all wagers for race number 2 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's third race, a late jockey change. In the third race, number 8, Smart with Heart, the jockey, J.J. Meza. That's Keeneland's third race. Late jockey change, number 8, Smart with Heart, the jockey, J.J. Meza. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden claiming race for 2-year-olds, price of $50,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Post time at 7 minutes.
That's a look at the number 5 horse, Lumber Legacy, for Triple M Racing Stable. John Ennis, Edgar Morales riding this John Ennis trainee, who also has the number 7 horse in here, El Marquesi. The number 5 horse is trying something new. He's trying dirt for the first time. He's a son of Justify, who has established himself as one of the best stallions in the game, as we well know, and one of those stallions that can get runners on turf or dirt. But the move over to the dirt here today and getting to go 2 turns, he looks like he's built for it, maybe even more so than a few of these other horses in here, just from a physical standpoint. So getting a closer look at Lumber Legacy, he is 15-1 on the board right now. Trusting that Justify pedigree here for the 2 turns on dirt. Could be some upside at 15-1, with the 9-5 favorite still being deeply hidden in this spot, as Irad looks for the early daily double. Less than 5 minutes to post. Once again, starts the early pick 4, and the pick 4 pool for the first of 2 pick 4s that we have here today, well over $100,000. 5 minutes to get those plays in. 2-year-olds going 2 turns to the first wire finish at 1 mile and a 16th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Four more to load. Great Day for Hockey and El Marquesi move into line. Now Deeply Hidden, Consecrated, the last one coming forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Deeply Hidden. Deeply Hidden out for the early lead. Consecrated there to the far outside. El Marquesi up close in the opening strides. Lumber Legacy comes away in the 4th position. Deeply Hidden is the leader, though. Deeply Hidden against the rail now around the first turn. Shows the way by a length and a half. El Marquesi is in between horses, second by a head. Consecrated, his third up on the outside, now takes second by a neck. And then further back comes Lumber Legacy to the inside and 4th. Morley is 5th on the outside, just over 3 lengths off the lead. A break of 4 more lengths back to G. Eric, who moves up 1 position around the outside of Great Day for Hockey. And Mr. Lee is the trailer. 23.82 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Deeply Hidden, the leader, midpoint of the backstretch, leads El Marquesi a length and a half. Consecrated third up on the outside. Lumber Legacy 4th back toward the inside, 2 lengths off the lead, flanked there by Morley. Break of 2. Great Day for Hockey moves up into the 6th position. 5 lengths off the lead, starts looking for a little more running room from there to the far turn. Then G. Eric and Mr. Lee at the back. 48.39 seconds for the first half mile. Deeply Hidden has opened up on a 3.5 length lead. Midway on the far turn, El Marquesi second a length, and then Lumber Legacy, who moves up now to the inside of that one to challenge for second. And then Great Day for Hockey, quarter mile to go. Great Day for Hockey, 4th to the outside, still 6 lengths from the front, top of the short stretch. It is Deeply Hidden, the leader. Great Day for Hockey now swings down to the inside and now starts coming up the rail to challenge for the lead. Great Day for Hockey, a right to left move at the top of the short stretch and just went sailing on by. Great Day for Hockey is going to win this race. It is now 5 lengths back to El Marquesi in second. Great Day for Hockey. Corey Lannery with the winning ride. El Marquesi was across the line in the second position with G. Eric up in time for third, around Lumber Legacy 4th.
Well, Great Day for Hockey, scooting up through the inside and kicking clear under Corey Lannery. First time going 2 turns. He's taken the drop down in class to maiden 50 out of those maiden special weights at Ellis and Churchill Downs. And he got some late action, bet down to odds of 5-2. A runaway win for Great Day for Hockey, the colt by Twirling Candy for trainer Dale Romans.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 3, Great Day for Hockey finished first, 7, Il Marquesi second, 1, G. Eric third, and 5, Lumber Legacy fourth. 3715 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Great Day for Hockey, owned by Boxster Farm LLC of Jim Bakke and Jerry Isbister, trained by Dale Romans. Corey Lannery is the winning jockey. Great Day for Hockey, 2-year-old son of Twirling Candy, out of Cat Rags by Union Rags, bred in Kentucky by Runnymede Farm LLC, Valgyrie's Bloodstock, and Gestutzer Kusta AG. The time for the mile in a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 48.64 seconds. Race 2 results official. 3715, the official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today we have the honor of introducing the winners of the 9th Annual Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award, sponsored by Godolphin. In addition to Godolphin, these awards would not be possible without the unwavering support of the National HBPA, the Jockey Club, TOBA, Breeders' Cup, and Keeneland. These awards recognize the hard work and contributions of those individuals who work behind the scenes on the farms and in the stables across America to take care of the nation's thoroughbreds. Without their tireless efforts, we would not have the opportunity to enjoy these magnificent equine athletes that mean so much to so many. And so we give you this year's winners. The Catherine McKee Administration Award, sponsored by Keeneland, Lauren Marks. Dedication to Breeding Award, sponsored by Hallway Feeds, Steve Vargas. Dedication to Racing Award, sponsored by the NTRA, Milver Martinez. The Managerial Award, sponsored by Hagyard Equine, Christine Jones. The Support Services Award, sponsored by First Racing, Cass Dewey. The Newcomer Award, sponsored by the NYRA, Julianne Stoll. And the Dr. J. David Doc Richardson Community Award, sponsored by Churchill Downs, Nancy LaSala. Congratulations to all. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The main track is fast. The turf listed good today. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Race 3, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. In this third race, scratch the 10, Sombra Dorada, and also scratch the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. Again, scratch the 10, Sombra Dorada, as well as 13, Sarissa, 14, Antique Silver, 15, Vegas Love. Several overweights. Number 1, Devil of Paradis, the jockey, 2 pounds over. The 9, Sister Ella, jockey, 2 pounds over. The 12, Just Like You, jockey, 2 pounds over. And a reminder about the late jockey change on the 8, Smart with Heart, J.J. Meza. Number 8, Smart with Heart, the jockey, J.J. Meza.
Getting a pretty good price on the number 4 horse, the 2-1 favorite. 3 Polks in here, given the size of the field. And this race became a lot easier for this group with the scratch of the number 10 horse, Sombra Dorada. And that has allowed the number 4 horse to sit in that pole position as far as the leading the way, as far as being the favorite here in race number 3. And 3 Polks, I think, finds herself in one of the easiest races that she's ever seen, just bottom line, and especially ever since she broke her maiden many races back in October of 2023. She's tried First Level Allowance Company. They've run her for $50,000. Non-One is a 2 lifetime at Churchill. Most recently, she finished well-beaten 7th in a $30,000 Non-One is a 2 race at Churchill Downs. It was a very quickly run race. I don't imagine that the pace will be as fast today. Now, anything obviously can happen, but this is a filly that fits this group. Excuse me. She certainly deserves to be the favorite with the horses that are left in this race, with Ramon Vasquez soon to be in the saddle as she's being saddled up by the Johnny Ortiz team. So 3 Polks, a sensible favorite in here. She's got speed, and it should be able to carry against this kind of competition that she finds herself in here today. She is 2-1 on the board right now, and we'll hope that that price holds up on the current favorite. Now, the 3 Royal Blood, both Gabby and I see this race eye to eye. 4, 3, and 12 is our top 3 selections, both taking a shot with Royal Blood as the second choice, who just went down to 9-1. I think the cutback in distance will benefit her, and dropping in for 20 as well. She's run even races against slightly tougher competition at Churchill Downs and Ellis Park. They tried her long last time out. That was not one of her better races. So cutting back in distance, 9-1. Maybe she can stay right there with the favorite, and being drawn next to her should be an advantage for the Carpe Diem filly for trainer Donald Habib. Royal Blood is a live long shot in the opinions of both Gabby and I here in race number 3. And then you go to the outside to find the second choice in the current wagering, and our third selection that is Just Like You for CG Racing Stable, trainer Cirilio Goristieta, and comes in from Belterra off of a second place finish. That was her first start since a run in June at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and she's been pretty consistent. Her races, sprinting the 3 races in which she's been spotted in the maiden 15 and then that Horseshoe Indianapolis race 2 starts back, show that she's got some run. She just was not involved if you go 3 starts ago at all. She wants to be up there in the mix and hold that position, and that'll be key for Agustin Gomez, I think, to get that position out of the starting gate and try to get over and keep this filly involved in the race. That really seems to be the key for her to run good races, as we've seen from her over the course of her 6-race career. She's 5-2 on the board right now with this outside post position, which I would say downgrades her opportunity a bit, just being drawn so far out wide in this big field. But if she can break sharp and get involved, she should be able to hang right there with the favorite, the number 4 horse, who we expect to see set the pace in this spot, the number 4, 3 Polks. Race number 3, less than 14 minutes to post. 4, 3, and 12, our top 3 selections, both Gabby and I. This third race does start the Wednesday Pick 6 on the 8-race card.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Claiming race for a price of $20,000, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 10, Sombra Dorada. Scratch 13, Sarissa, 14, Antique Silver, and 15, Vegas Love. A reminder, the jockey for number 8, Smart with Heart, J.J. Meza. J.J. Meza rides number 8. Overweights, the 1, Devil of Paradis, jockey 2 pounds over. The 9, Sister Ella, is +2. And the 12, Just Like You, the jockey 2 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6, no carryover. Main track fast, turf good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course, post time in 5 minutes. One note regarding equipment for number 6, Lil Temptation. The blinkers will be applied at the gate. It will be blinkers as usual for the 6, Lil Temptation. The blinkers will be applied at the gate.
There's a look at Little Temptation, the number 6 horse, who's 8-1 on the board right now. And again, as you heard from Kurt Becker, those blinkers will go on once she reaches the starting gate. Now, this is a filly that showed a lot of improvement moving over to dirt. Now, was it the sloppy track that moved her forward because she handled the off-going? But she showed big improvement last time out and at odds of 8-1. She looks good out there for Anamia, and these connections bringing her to Keeneland here for the first time. The 11 horse also looks well. That is Valhalla Vixen for Mac Robertson and Extreme Racing Stables, a Matoli filly who goes back onto dirt. Her dirt races were solid up at Canterbury, so she fits in and amongst this group, showing up for $20,000 with Arietta in the saddle. She's 11-1 on the board right now. So looking at these horses as they came out, the 6 and the 11 caught my eye as long shot plays in race number 3, less than 4 minutes to post here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The blinkers have now been put on. The 6 Lil Temptation. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Start of the Pick 6. Moving into line, third race. Here's Lil Temptation with blinkers as usual, getting ready to move into line. Royal Blood and Smart with Heart move into line. Sister Ella goes in. Here's 3 Polks. Valhalla Vixen, Goddess of War, moving into line. Just like you, the last one going in. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Valhalla Vixen and Sister Ella. 3 Polks quicker, though, and 3 Polks will have the lead. Business as usual. Comes away in 4th. Goddess of War 5th. Just Like You 6th on the far outside as they head up the back stretch. And then Lil Temptation, who's a lane off the rail, travels along now, moves up 1 spot within 6 lengths, now 5 lengths off the lead into the far turn. Devil of Parody further back is in the 7th position. Riviere comes next, traveling along in 8th, moves up toward the outside, joined by Smart with Heart. Royal Blood wide and last around the turn, 22.32 seconds for the opening quarter. Here is Just Like You from between horses, now to the far outside with a head in front. Valhalla Vixen sneaks up to the inside of that one. These 2 come forward off the far turn. 3 Polks is still toward the inside in 3rd. Then a gap of 8 more legs to the rest. Sister Ella in 4th. Smart with Heart 5th on the grandstand side, but still far back. Valhalla Vixen, Just Like You, battling for the lead in deep stretch. They have shaken free of 3 Polks, who's now 3rd past the 16th pole. Just Like You on the outside. Just Like You. Agustin Gomez for the win. Valhalla Vixen across the line in 2nd. Multiple horse photo to separate 3rd and 4th.
Well, at this stage of the race, it comes down to two horses just like you down the center of the course, and the 11 Valhalla Vixen. She's doing everything she can to keep up with the eventual winner, but just like you, bet down to the 6-5 favorite here at post time, able to pick up her second lifetime win. The 3-0 filly by Upstart showing up to Keeneland and liking it, winning by a length in the end. 12-11 and a photo for the third money here in race 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 12, Just Like You, finished first. Number 11, Valhalla Vixen, second. Number 5, Goddess of War, third. Number 4, Three Polks, was fourth. 12-11-5-4 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 12, Just Like You, owned by CG Racing Stable, LLC, of trainer Cirillo Goristieta, the jockey Agustin Gomez. Just Like You, a 3-year-old filly by Upstart out of Pinata, by Vision and Verse, bred in Kentucky by CG Racing Stables, LLC, and the Upstart Syndicate. 1 minute 12.66 seconds, the time for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Third race results official. 12-11-5-4, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, no carryover. The main track is fast, the turf is good, and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. No changes in this fourth race.
Race number 4 started the late pick 5 this Wednesday afternoon. $40,000 claiming event, non-more as a 2 lifetime, 6.5 furlongs, the distance on the fast main track. And these are fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races lifetime. Up on the edge, the number 1 horse was the favorite a moment ago. The number 6 has moved into that spot. Despo's Dream for Tom Vanberg. I went to Crickle, the number 2. I was in agreement with the morning line of 5-2 on this filly by Carpe Diem, who is coming out of tougher races, $50,000 claiming events, and now more as a 2 company over at Churchill Downs and Ellis Park, and sort of the in-between distance of what she's been running in her last 2 races. They ran her a mile at Ellis Park. She was part of the pace that day, faded to finish 3rd, and then they sprinted 6 furlongs last time out, and the pace was very quick. I would hope for her sake that the pace is not near as quick as it was on that afternoon, and if she's able to hold a good position down on the inside under Francisco Arrieta, I think that this is a perfect spot for this filly to pick up win number 2 of her career. She's finished 3rd in the past year at Keeneland, and her one other opportunity that's been presented to her to run on this main track at Keeneland Racecourse. She's made over $139,000 from 18 starts. Not bad for an $8,000 purchase at the Keeneland September sale of 2022 by Hutch Hulsapple, who also owns this filly. Watch out for Crickle at 11-1. She's the 2nd longest shot in this field, and I don't think that that speaks to the chance that she has in and amongst this group here this afternoon. 2, 4, and 5, my top selections. We go to the full horse, the Big Calhouna, for Kent Sweezy, who claimed this horse for $30,000 most recently at Churchill Downs just under a month ago. And she's a filly that likes to show pace. They may need to try to turn her loose. They reined her in a bit. She got a little bit ranked last time out as she drew post 4, and she gets post position number 4 again today. So don't be shocked if she's up there with Crickle, if Crickle's able to show some speed. The Big Calhouna for Starry Night Racing. First off the claim for Kent Sweezy, moving into the $40,000 ranks here this afternoon. And then Sassy Walker, the number 5 horse, getting plenty of attention down to 4-1. That makes her the 3rd choice right now in the wagering for Jesus Esquivel, a Munnings filly who races 2nd off of just a bit of a layoff. She ran back on the 2nd of May at Churchill Downs on the first weekend of that spring meet at Churchill, finished 2nd that day. And then she didn't come again until the 20th of September, and she just wasn't as sharp that day. Didn't get the cleanest of trips either. So with a cleaner trip here this afternoon, this is a sensible spot for this filly to pick up win number 2 of her career, and she'll be likely tracking off the pace, I would imagine, here in this group with the other speed in this race. Corrales is going to get the opportunity to ride Sassy Walker for T&E Racing. Live on the board, 4-1 right now. Started the late pick 5, which the pool is approaching $100,000. 2, 4, and 5, my top 3 selections. Gabby's going 1, 4, and 6 in race number 4 here at Keeneland.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. $40,000 claiming prize, fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 4. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Post time at 7 minutes.
Well, up on the edge, the number 1 horse is now the favorite once again, 3-1 on the board. Slight favorite over the number 6 horse in Despo's Dream. And the number 1 up on the edge has a good local workout here at Keeneland Racecourse. She spent the summer at Ellis Park. She worked here on the 2nd of October, caught the eye of the clockers this morning, that 47-4 workout, and takes the drop down in class here today for Ron Marquette. Second off the claim. She's going to have to show some speed, one would think, from the inside. We'll see how she fares. 5-2 on up on the edge, going 6.5 furlongs. In a fairly wide open race as we're seeing some of the prices start to drift and come down in other areas. Less than 5 minutes to post for race number 4, start of the late pick 5, pool at $147,000.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 4. Sassy Walker goes in. Here's Crickle. And now Despo's Dream. Pat's Chrome Compass moves into the line along with Scrupulous. The Big Calhouna. Animal Fries, the last one. Last one going in at the post. And they're off. And there goes Scrupulous and the Big Calhouna. The Big Calhouna has the lead. Scrupulous will now travel along in the second position. Crickle kicks in, moves up, down toward the inside. Then Pat's Chrome Compass between horses in the fourth position. Animal Fries is fifth up on the far outside, then a gap of 2 more lengths. Despo's Dream, center of the track, is sixth up on the edge, down toward the inside, and seventh. Sassy Walker between horses, eighth, but just a little over 4 lengths off the lead. Opening quarter, 22.46 seconds. The Big Calhouna leads it. The Big Calhouna by 3/4 of a length. Scrupulous second, a length and a half. Animal Fries is in third. Despo's Dream is fourth up on the outside. Still 5 lengths off the lead. Crickle still has 7 lengths to make up as they turn for home. The Big Calhouna leading Scrupulous off the far turn by just 1 length. And now here comes Scrupulous, straightens course and takes aim on the leader. The Big Calhouna to the inside. Scrupulous there on the outside. 5 more lengths. Despo's Dream third up on the edge is fourth, still 6 lengths back, and the leader's coming to the 16th pole, and that is the Big Calhouna in front with Florent Giroux. Despo's Dream runs on, takes second. The Big Calhouna chased by Despo's Dream. The Big Calhouna wins at Despo's Dream. Across the line, second. Scrupulous third, up on the edge, fourth.
Well, she turns for home with the advantage, and the Big Calhouna able to keep on going for Starry Night Racing as the 6 started to make a run, Despo's Dream, but she had a lot of work to do, and she's running out of time, but she'll get up for the second money as the 9-5 favorite, but 8-1 on the Big Calhouna. First off the claim for Kent Sweezy, leading the way home in race number 4 here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 4, the Big Calhouna, first. Number 6, Despo's Dream, second. Number 7, Scrupulous, third. Number 1, Up on the Edge, fourth. 4-6-7-1 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 4, the Big Calhouna, owned by Starry Night Racing of Rachel Gerson, trained by Kent Sweezy. Florent Giroux, the jockey. The Big Calhouna, 3-year-old daughter of Maximus Mischief, out of Nutmeg by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Marcuzzi Thoroughbreds Incorporated. 1 minute 18.51 seconds for the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Fourth race results official. 4-6-7-1, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, Royal Slipper. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Overweight, number 2, May Strong, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet.
Race number 5 is coming up next in 20 minutes. This race does kick off the final pick 4 opportunity of this Wednesday afternoon. 5.5 furlongs on the turf for this first level allowance race, and it looks like the early money's coming in on the number 6 Moonspun at 6 to 5, and that's the direction I head as well, because this filly, I think she ran too far last time out at Kentucky Downs. Usually the 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs plays a little bit more like a mile. It doesn't really play like a traditional turf sprint, I would say, because of the long stretch, the undulating nature of the turf course as well. So I like the cut back in distance. Despite all of that, though, she still ran very well, setting the pace from the inside and then fading to finish third in that race. But she just looks like more of a traditional turf sprinter. 5.5, 5 furlongs seems to be the sweet spot for her. Luis Saez was aboard her last time out, and he stays aboard here today for trainer Brian Lynch. I like her best, but the number 9 horse, La Forêt, is going to be a long shot that'll throw into the mix. She's 8-1 now from a 20-1 morning line. I think you completely draw a line through her last race. She did not handle the dirt. Prior to that, she ran at Kentucky Downs. I personally don't believe that she handled the course that day. She was kind of taking some awkward steps and never really getting a hold of the racetrack, but still split the field there, finishing 6th in a field of 12. More importantly, her debut was very good. She closed from off the pace in a field of 10. She had an outside post position, and she was extremely professional that day and showed that turn of foot. I hope she can get back to an effort like that. I know she did get a fast pace to close into, and maybe that was part of it, but I think she's got more talent than what we've seen in her last 2 starts. And for what it's worth, Wayne Catalano does really well with his turf sprinters. I like her coming back to this surface. Finally, the number 7, Penny Smile, for trainer Phil Sims, does come into the race with a nice maiden breaking score last time out at Kentucky Downs. The only knock I'll say, and I'll say this because I thought she would be maybe a shorter price, 9-2 seems like a completely fair price on her. I did think she kind of rode the trend of the track that day. You kind of wanted to be forwardly placed. You want to be towards the inside. This horse it was in that position for both of those reasons. So, I think she's going to have to really prove that she can hang with this competition today. I do think she took a huge step forward on the turf last time out, but I am curious to see what kind of trip she does get cutting back to the 5.5 furlongs. The 7, Penny Smile, very impressive in her turf debut last time out. It is a group of very nice fillies heading out to the turf course, but I'm on the 6, Moonspun, here as the top selection at 7-5, but I do include her with other horses in the first leg of the pick 4. So my take on the sequence, I'm just using my top 3 selections, and I hope that we can get through the sequence today. My top 3 selections here, the 6, the 7, and the 9 in the first leg of the sequence. In the following leg of the sequence, race number 6, I'm going to be taking a look at the number 9 horse as the top selection, 5, 8, 9. In that event, the number 9, Lipsay Bliss, in the 6th race, I think can wire the field. In the 7th race, my strongest opinion, and I can't say that it's very strong. I thought the 7th race was a very challenging race, but the 3, Golden Eye, will be the top selection, as well as the 11, I'd rather be blessed, and the 12, Better Bet. And then when we get to the nightcap, just using 3 horses in that final leg, which I could have used more, I just ran out of money. The 3, the 10, and the 12. So that is my take on the pick 4 sequence, which does start in the 5th race. We are 16 minutes away from the upcoming event. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses and report trackside in a few moments. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The bets and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. The rail at 20 feet today, double and pick 3, and also late pick 4 wagering offered here. Scratch the 4 Royal Slipper. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Overweight, the 2 May Strong, the jockey 3 pounds over. Post time at 6 minutes.
Well, I don't have anything negative to say about the favorite, so we'll talk about some other horses that offer bigger prices. In fact, I really did like the looks of the 6 at 6-5, but the 3 Arch Street, also very interesting. Michael Matz has had lots of experience with this family. I believe he did train Ticalita, the mare of this particular filly, and she has never tried the turf in her career, so she does make her turf debut. I think the distance will also help her, shortening up to 5.5 furlongs, and sometimes, that doesn't make much of a difference, but I do think that's true with sprinters. Sometimes they just don't have that punch at 6 furlongs, and maybe the cut back to 5.5 will help her. She is very compact, very strong in her shoulder and behind the saddle. She's not the longest or the tallest type of filly. She just looks like a little firecracker out there, and she's definitely on her toes. You can even see how small she is just looking at Frankie Dettori and how small she seems underneath of him. But she is strong, and I think she could be very fast on the turf. I don't mind the surface change for this filly at a price. The number 7, Penny Smile, is next. She was actually featured on our Today at Keeneland show this morning as being the Clocker Report pick because of her workouts here at Keeneland, most notably that drill on the 9th of October, going 4 furlongs and 47-3. Second best out of 34 that day. Now, that was on the main track here at Keeneland. She has to take those talents to the turf course today, but at least she is running out of her stall. She's been clocking some workouts here at Keeneland, and she has the opportunity to run back here at Keeneland today on a preferred surface, in my opinion. She definitely seems like turf is ideal. And then one other horse, the 11 Sweet Gala Mine. She's on the board at 10-1. I just really liked her energy in the post parade. She was very much on her toes. She seemed fine coming down the horse path, and then when she turned the corner and got on the track, it kind of seemed like she woke up. She comes into this race with a bullet drill, 47-1 at Churchill Downs, the best out of 85 that day. So her workouts has certainly been fast, and I think the shorter the better for her. They tried stretching her out to 7 furlongs last time out, and she totally stopped. I don't know about the surface, but I definitely like the distance for her, and she might just be able to be fast enough to pull this thing off at 9-1. Competitive group of horses coming up next, but the betting public is betting this race like a one-horse race, the 6 Moonspun, your even money favorite, as we are 3 minutes out from the 5th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Betts start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 5. Moving into line, here's Harbor Springs. La Forêt comes forward. Moonspun and Bella Hayes. Sweet Gal of Mine moves in. Here's Beats, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Penny Smile broke alertly. Moonspun is quicker, though. Moonspun to the front. Harbor Springs, Foolish right there to the inside. Bella Hayes away running in 4th. Penny Smile is now 5th. May Strong is 6th down toward the inside. Beats is a wide 7th. Cabernet is in 8th as they head for the far turn. Then Arch Street down to the inside in 9th. Sweet Gal of Mine is in 10th position. La Forêt, last of the 11, 7 lengths off the lead against the rail as the field moves into the far turn. 21.99 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Moonspun on the outside, Foolish against the rail. These two go at it for the lead, separated by a neck. A gap of 2 lengths. Penny Smile to the far outside is 3rd, just over a quarter mile to go. And then Bella Hayes, who's 4th back toward the inside. Penny Smile swings wide, lost some ground off the far turn. Moonspun has the lead. Foolish is still there in 2nd. Penny Smile is in 3rd. Into the final furlong, Moonspun is in front. Moonspun has the lead, opens up here by 3 lengths. Moving past the 16th pole, back to Penny Smile in 2nd. Foolish, then Harbor Springs. It is Moonspun out toward the center of the course, but 3 lengths clear with the lead. Moonspun, Luis Saez to win it. Penny Smile was 2nd. Harbor Springs was up for 3rd, and La Forêt came from last to get 4th.
Moonspun, very impressive today. She was forwardly placed, not necessarily on the lead, but forwardly placed and just pressing at the speed that the one showed immediately coming out of the starting gate. And this filly just coming down the stretch, waiting for a little bit of pressure from the number 7, Penny Smile, who was making a bit of a late bid, but it wasn't enough. She wins this clear in the end over the 7 and the 5, 6, 7, 5, 9 unofficially for the 5th race.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: 6 Moonspun was first, 7 Penny Smile was second, 5 Harbor Springs third, number 9 La Forêt fourth. 6-7-5-9 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the bets, number 6 Moonspun, the official winner. Owned by Town and Country Racing LLC of Kiki Cortellis, trained by Brian Lynch. Luis Saez, the jockey. Moonspun, a 3-year-old filly by Hardspun out of Moonlit Bay by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Jack Lebo Sr. Time for the 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 4.7 seconds. The results are official, 6-7-5-9, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the bets to the connections of Moonspun. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No changes in race 6. Main track listed fast.
horses in the paddock for the upcoming 6th race. And I start the conversation off here with the number 9, Lipsay Bliss, as my top selection. Crazy to believe that she is 21 to 1. He is 21 to 1 right now on the board. I figured he'd offer a little bit of a price, and the idea here is that at 1 1/8, I think this horse can set the tempo early. I don't think there's a ton of speed in this race, and he does have that. He did show some speed at 1 1/8, 2 starts back at Churchill Downs. He didn't really run that well, but he had to go way too fast, 46 and 3 and change for the half mile, and I just don't think he can do that. Plus, it was, I think, in my opinion, a little bit tougher of competition that day. I know this is an A other than, but this race, I think, came up a little bit easier than what he had to face that day. So hopefully he can get out there, dictate terms on his own, and take the field wire to wire. The number 5, Generous Tipper, is going to be the second selection, 4 to 1 right now for trainer Kenny McPeak. They thought highly of him last year. He was an impressive maiden breaking score at Ellis Park last October, and then he came back to actually finish 3rd behind Locked in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity right here at Keeneland. He's been sidelined, or he was sidelined since then, and he finally made his return last time out. He didn't run very well, but that was a very tough field, and I think it's incredibly hard to get a horse off of a year-long layoff to go 1 1/16 over the main track at Churchill Downs. So I think with one race under the belt, he can take a big step forward, and clearly they thought highly of him last year facing Grade 1 competition. I think he's got more to give in his second start off of the layoff. And then finally, the number 8, Yellow Brick, I thought was a horse that you could consider. He's 7 to 2 right now. The only problem, and this is why I didn't go with him today, is that he doesn't really have much early speed. Now, it's only the 3rd start out of the Mike Maker barn, and maybe he could show a little bit more speed today, but it's kind of one of those deals where he is who he is. He can't take him out of his running style. You just have to hope for better paces. I do appreciate him getting a little bit more distance from the 1 1/16 last time out, and he had a very wide trip last time out, so I do think it exaggerated his effort and why he was back so far. He had an outside post position wide trip, couldn't save ground whatsoever. So maybe he can save ground and have a better go of it, but he will need a fast pace to materialize in front of him, and I don't really see that happening. That's why I liked the number 9, Lipsay Bliss, to maybe wire the field at a big price. 17 minutes out from the 6th race. Again, this kicks off the final pick 3 opportunity. We'll take a closer look at these horses as they come trackside in a few moments. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The running meet, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile and 1/8 over the fast main track. Double hand-picked 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No changes in race 6. Post time in 7 minutes.
Race 6 coming up next as we are 5 minutes out and the horses are on track. The number 5, Generous Tipper. I really like how this horse looks. There are some horses in here that are trying this distance for the first time. Some of them look like they're built to handle the distance. Some don't. He definitely looks like he's built to handle this distance. He's breaking away from the pony under Brian Hernandez Jr. to get a strong warm-up in, and I think that will help because this horse has not showed much gate speed in the last 2 starts, and about a year separated those last 2 starts. But how he broke his maiden was a forward trip, and I do think that's key for him today. Sometimes they're a little rusty coming in off the layoff, and I don't think he showed as much gate speed last time out. But judging by this warm-up here, I would imagine he will show a little more gate speed, and he's giving Brian a little bit of a tough time there. He's eager to go. Hopefully he's eager to find the winner's circle, but he certainly looks a picture and looks the part today. The number 6, Footprint, just to his outside, was another horse that really caught my eye. He's 7-1, and I always fall for these Al Stall horses. They always look so well in the afternoon. They look good and they act so professionally as well. And I see that from him here today. He is coming in off of a pretty lengthy layoff. We haven't seen him since the Lexington back during the spring meet here at Keeneland, but he certainly looks fit. He looks fit enough in order to be a factor here. Al Stall does a good job with horses coming in off of long layoffs. It's always tough to get a horse, perfectly fit to go 1 mile and 1/8, but he certainly looks fit, and he looks like he's been training forwardly in the morning. The 6, Footprint, really checking all the boxes, in my opinion. And then the number 10, Doro Unbridled for Nacho Correas. This horse has a beautiful pedigree by Medaglia Doro out of Unbridled Forever, a bridled song influence on the bottom side. He won his first race last time out against Maiden Special Weight Company at Churchill Downs. We saw Aglise, the 2nd place finisher. He would come back out to win. So it's been a productive field that he faced last time out. And I truly think that the longer the better for this horse, at least from a physical standpoint. It certainly seems that way. They brought him off of the little bit of a freshening to run 7/8 at Colonial Downs. He was kind of against the grain of the track that day. I also don't know that he's a one-turn horse, but Nacho Correas takes his time with these horses getting out of distance. It's kind of, a step-by-step process. So I think really third start off the freshening, getting the longest distance, he should be in a position to hopefully deliver his best race to date. Whether or not that's good enough today, we shall see. But he is 12-1. This is a really good-looking group of horses and a competitive field. Fun race coming up for the 6, a first-level allowance race, and they will be running a 1.1 miles on the main track.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Runnymede. Moving into line, race 6. Moonlight moves into line along with Yellow Brick. Lips Say Bliss. Here's Generous Tipper. Doro Unbridled, the last one, goes in at the post. And they're off. There goes Generous Tipper for the lead. Bright Leaf there to the inside. Think Big is in between that pair, and Lips Say Bliss moves up toward the far outside. Generous Tipper has a head in front. Now Think Big moves by from the inside against the rail. Think Big will lead the field into the first turn by a length. Generous Tipper content to back away into the second spot. Slides down next to the rail. Tries to find some running room just to the inside of leader Think Big. Lips Say Bliss third on the outside. Doro Unbridled's in fourth. Yellow Brick 3 wide in fifth. 5 lengths off the lead. Luna Tap sixth between horses. Bright Leaf against the rail is in 7th. Break of 3 more lengths, then back to Moonlight in 8th. Footprint to the outside is 9th. Django, last of the 10, opening quarter, 23.87 seconds. Think Big, the leader. Midpoint of the backstretch, Think Big leads it by a length and a half. Lips Say Bliss is second by just ahead. To the outside of Generous Tipper in third. Doro Unbridled is fourth. Stays a lane off the rail as they go to the far turn. Looks for running room 3 wide now, and that means Yellow Brick will be 4 wide. inside from that 5th position, 3 lengths off the lead as they round the turn. And then Footprint, who's looking toward the center of the track, midway on the turn, 5 lengths from the front, 48.16 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Think big. Yellow Brick has to swing wide around the turn. Lipsay Bliss and Doro Unbridled are both there. In between that pair as they move toward the quarter pole, Moonlight from the back is up to 6th position, has to go out to the grandstand side. Generous Tipper looks for room to the inside. Footprint is in behind a wall of horses. Here's Yellow Brick, Doro Unbridled coming forward. Generous Tipper needs room, can't find it to the inside. Moonlight goes to 3rd. Doro Unbridled has the lead. Yellow Brick is 2nd. And then Moonlight. Generous Tipper finds room, but finds it in deep stretch. Trying to catch Doro Unbridled. Generous Tipper. Generous Tipper. Brian Hernandez Jr. to win it.
What a ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. You could see him just has so much horse underneath of him, but he hit a log jam down on the inside. That's unfortunately what happens when you try to save ground in these route races, and he did just that. He saved ground throughout, and finally a seam opens up, and look at the acceleration of this horse and how much ground he made up in such a short amount of time. A really impressive turn of foot. You don't usually see that on the dirt, but he somehow figures out a trip on the rail under Brian Hernandez Jr. and gets up just in the nick of time to beat the number 10 horse, Doro Unbridled, who also ran a hugely improved effort. 5-10-4 unofficially across the finish line for the 6th race.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 5, Generous Tipper 1st, number 10, Doro Unbridled 2nd, number 4, Moonlight 3rd, number 2, Django 4th. 5-10-4-2 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Running Mead, the unofficial winner, number 5, Generous Tipper, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Generous Tipper, 3-year-old son of Street Sense out of Stop Shopping Debbie by Curlin, bred in Kentucky by Jeff and Melissa Prunsick. 1 minute 52.08 seconds for the 9 furlongs over the fast main track. Sixth race results official. 5-10-4-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Runnymede Trophy presentation to the connections of generous tipper. Keeneland's featured 7th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 7, King Curlin. Also scratch number 8, the Prince's Spur. A reminder, 13 draws in, 13 Greystone draws into the race. Luis Saez has programmed. Turf is good, rail at 20 feet.
It's now time for the late double, race number 7 coming up next, our featured event. And this group will be heading out to the turf course at the distance of 1.5 miles. So definitely a niche distance. And I always think it's important to try to figure out the pace scenario of this race. Now, full disclosure before I get into my top selection, I originally liked the 7, King Curlin. With him scratching, I went to the 8, the Princess Spur, and then he scratched. So the 3 is actually my third selection, and I did pick him on top, though, because of the pace of the race. I think he should be able to get a forward trip. Now, he did go wire to wire last time out at Kentucky Downs. Maybe he's a horse that just absolutely loved Kentucky Downs. Sometimes we see that. Some horses love it, and some horses don't necessarily handle it. And it can change from year to year as well, how the course is playing, but he certainly liked it last time out, stretching out to the 1.5 miles. But I get this feeling that he is a horse that's going to develop and continue to get better, especially if they keep him at these longer distances. He's tried 1.25 miles in the past, didn't really work out for him out at Santa Anita, but I just get the feeling that with a forward trip, he kind of can just maintain and run all day here at Keeneland going 1.5 miles. So he is my top selection. 5-1 is a fair price. I don't have a very strong opinion as my top 2 selections scratch, but I think that's a fair enough price at 5-1. The 11, I'd Rather Be Blessed for trainer Chris Hartman, is a horse that seemingly is improving. Now, at one point in time, he was facing Starter Allowance Company. He did manage to win an A other than at Ellis Park 2 starts back going 1.25 miles, and they've dabbled in stretching him out. He's gone 1.25 miles a couple times, 1 5/16 as well. And I think it just boils down to trip for him and what kind of field he faces. Honestly, I think his form really matches up well with this group today, especially with some of the scratches. And he's another one. I think with 1.5 mile races, pace certainly makes the race, and he should be able to get a forward trip. That was kind of the logic behind these 2 horses, that I think they'll be able to get better trips than the number 12, Better Bet. Now, I do think that Better Bet has the most upside, the number 12 horse, and I can understand why people like this horse. Comes into the race with good form, 2 starts back, won impressively at Saratoga. He's always been a very quality horse, and I do like him, but this is a brutal post position for him because he has 0 early speed. He's going to have to take all the way back and then navigate a trip through all of the rest of the horses in front of him. And this is a very big field. I don't know that this post position is going to work out for him today. That's why I picked him in third. But in terms of the class, I certainly think that he is one of the main contenders in here, and you're getting 5-1 odds on him. Right now, your lukewarm favorite is the 5-6 minus for trainer Todd Pletcher. He's 2-1. He's definitely getting the biggest class relief, but he hasn't won in quite some time. He's 0-7 in 2024. We'll take a closer look at the field as they come trackside for our feature, race 7, coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Hermitage Farm, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up. 1.5 miles over the turf, listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 7, King Curlin. Also scratch number 8, the Princess Spur. A reminder, number 13, Greystone, draws into the race. Jockey Luis Saez as programmed. Post time, 6 minutes.
It's not very often that you're talking about a 1.5 mile race and you're also talking about a horse that's cutting back in distance, but that's the case with the number 5, 6 Minus. He has gone distances of upwards of 2 miles and a 16th. That was the Nashville Gold Cup last time out, and he actually ran really well at 11-1. Limited liability, wound up winning that race. When you look at his past races, at least as of late, he has been facing some really quality competition at the level. Battle of Normandy, Truly Quality, the Gray Wizard even, and that includes last time out with limited liability. My only issue with him, and although he has made a lot of money throughout his 24 career starts, it's been a long time since he's won. In fact, his last win is off of my past performances. He's winless so far in 7 starts this year, and his win in 2023 didn't come, in the latter half of the season. So it really has been quite some time since he's found the winner's circle. I do think the key to success is probably an honest pace, and he might get that today. He does look good for the connections, but we'll see if he can kind of get over this hump with a little bit of a class relief. The 6, Cyber Ninja, I also thought looked really good. So he actually ran in the Nashville Gold Cup, and he beat 6 Minus in that event. And look at the difference in prices, 5-2 versus 9-1. He was one of my favorite horses on the track. He just looks really bright. He's on his toes. He's making his 4th start off of the freshening. He didn't really show up 2 starts back, but he does look like he might be an improving type, and sometimes it takes some time to get these horses really going, especially horses that go 1.5 miles or even farther on the turf. But Cyber Ninja, I don't know, I like the looks of him today, and I loved how he was acting as well. And then finally, the number 10, Mendelssohn's March, was another horse that kind of caught my eye walking out of the paddock. He's less accomplished than some of the other horses in here, but I still think he's got a lot of upside. He's lightly raced. He's 4 years old. He hasn't really been exposed at these longer distances, and he did run at Kentucky Downs last time out, so I would imagine he got a lot of fitness out of that 1 mile and 5/16 race. That was going against 2 other than Allowance Company. Some of these other horses have really gone against quality competition, Stakes Company, Graded Stakes Company, so he's less exposed in that regard, but I liked how bright he was on the track today. And Brian Hernandez Jr. looking for this double here on today's card. 2 minutes out from the featured event. Race 7 up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Hermitage Farm. "13 Greystone has unseated the rider. Update in a moment. Jockey back aboard 13, Greystone, who's ready to go, and now moving into line, the field for race 7, the feature. Mendelssohn's March goes into the gate. Here's I'd Rather Be Blessed. Right here, right now, moves into line. Better Bet goes in. 6-. Greystone, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes 6- from between horses. I'd Rather Be Blessed up on the far outside. Wind Twist. It's right there down toward the inside. Wind Twist will have the lead as they move on to that far turn. I'd Rather Be Blessed right there to the outside. Mendelssohn's March will go third. Right here, right now, fourth. 6- backs away, a lane off the rail into the 5th position. And is followed by Fortune Seller, who's 6th a half length, just to the inside of Golden Eye, who's 7th up on the outside. And then Greystone is in 8th. Cyber Ninja is in 9th. Then a break of 5 more lengths to Better Bet and Event Detail, who are side by side at the back. The opening quarter, 24.06 seconds. Moving through the lane for the first time, just over a circuit to go here. I'd Rather Be Blessed is to the outside. Wind Twist is to the inside. And that's the ongoing battle for the lead. I'd Rather Be Blessed, inching forward, has the lead now by almost a full length. And Mendelssohn's March keeps pace with them. Third, now challenging for second. Here's Golden Eye, moving up around some traffic on the outside into fourth, but still some 6 lengths off the lead. It was 49.27 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Right here, right now, is in 5th toward the inside. 6-, still a lane off the rail, is 7th, running nearly 7 lengths from the front. Fortune Seller is 8th back toward the inside. Cyber Ninja is 8th back toward the outside. Then Greystone is in 9th. Event Detail is 10th, and Better Bet is last of the 11th. Off the turn and onto the backstretch once again. I'd Rather Be Blessed is against the rail, leading at 3/4 of a length. Mendelssohn's March, 2nd a length. Wind Twist is 3rd against the rail by almost a full length. And then Golden Eye, 4th up on the outside. A gap of 3.5 more lengths back to right here, right now in 5th. 6- is still in the 6th position, nearly 8 lengths from the front as they head for the far turn, and is followed by Fortune Seller, Cyber Ninja, Event Detail far outside, Better Bet, Greystone at the back. Here's Mendelssohn's March trying to draw alongside of leader I'd Rather Be Blessed, who's against the rail, leading it by just a neck. Then a gap of 2.5 more lengths back to Golden Eye, who's 3rd toward the outside, starts moving into contention as they come off the far turn. Wind Twist is in 4th. 6- is 5th, still 7 lengths off the lead. A quarter mile to go. I'd Rather Be Blessed, Mendelssohn's March, and Golden Eye rallies up on their outside. Here comes Golden Eye, Flavian Pratt from the outside into the final furlong to challenge Mendelssohn's March, and I'd Rather Be Blessed. 6- still 5 lengths away, and 4th, Golden Eye has the lead. Golden Eye leads it by almost a full length. Better Bet is 5th on the grandstand side. Here's the wire. Golden Eye hangs on to win it by a neck for Flavian Pratt.
Golden Eye and all of those who bet on him were crying out for the finish line. We see him conquer his foes towards his inside, actually pretty wide coming around the final turn, especially considering the distance of this race. He's out in the center of the racetrack. As I mentioned, he conquered the 2 to his inside, and then it's left to the late challenges of Better Bet and the 5, 6-, closing rapidly in the center of the racetrack. But the wire came in time for the 3, Golden Eye.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 3, Golden Eye, was first. Number 5, 6 Minus, was second. 12, Better Bet, third. 10, Mendelssohn's March, fourth. 3, 5, 12, 10, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Hermitage Farm, the unofficial winner, number 3, Golden Eye, owned by David A. Burnson, LLC, of David A. Burnson, owned also by John Stewart, trained by Peter Urton, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Golden Eye, 5-year-old gelded son of Hard Spun, out of Street of Gold by Street Sense, bred in Kentucky by Elm Racing, LLC. Keeneland November sales graduate gets the 12 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 2 minutes 32.96 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 3, 5, 12, 10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Hermitage Farm to the connections of Golden Eye. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track listed fast. Takeout number 13, Vincita, did not draw into the race. The jockey for number 3, Remarkable Mo, Eric Asmussen. Eric Asmussen, the jockey for number 3, Remarkable Mo. A reminder, contrary to the program, the 5 Uncle Tuffy does not receive Lasix. 5 Uncle Tuffy does not receive Lasix.
eighth and final race is upon us on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. And horses are in the paddock here. The number 3 horse, Remarkable Row, make the rider Eric Asmussen, and picks up this mount here for his father. First off the claim for this $20,000 tag. They actually claimed this horse for $30,000 last time out, and an aggressive move for $20,000. But it's Steve's horse. He owns the horse. He claimed this horse, so he has the luxury to place him wherever he wants. And I think this is a competitive spot for this horse. The question will be the distance. If he can last at 1 1/8 miles today. He's never been this far on the dirt. In fact, the longest he's ever been on the dirt was going the mile last time out at Churchill Downs. I think he can, and I also think he'll be forwardly placed. The horse just to his inside, the 2 Indy Charge, drops in class, and he has some speed. But I do think that Remarkable Row, if that horse decides to go, he can sit on his flank and kind of go on from there. He's got sneaky good class at this level, and I also think he'll be able to set that forward trip. The number 10, Rocket Knight, for trainer Tom Vanberg, did face maiden $20,000 claimers last time out, and I actually thought he ran quite well. Now, the key to success today will be the pace scenario. If I'm wrong, if the 3 does get some pace pressure, the 2 goes, maybe the horse from the rail goes. If there is a contentious pace that falls apart, the 10 Rocket Knight is definitely going to benefit from that. And he didn't have a fast pace in front of him last time out. Despite that, he had some trouble and he still ran on. And I also think the 1 1/8 miles distance will benefit him here today. The number 12, Active Duty, the last horse I'll talk about, he is an 0 for 15 maiden coming into today. And sometimes I don't really gravitate towards these types of horses. I look at their past performances and I think to myself, well, you've tried this level of competition many times before and you haven't been able to succeed, so why would I believe that they can succeed today? But his figures are faster than the rest of the field, and sometimes these horses, you sour on them because they keep losing, but one of these days they will find the right field, and I kind of think this seems to be a very competitive field for him. Maybe the 1 1/8 miles will also help him, as he's a closer, doesn't really have much early speed, but he does have consistency. At least his figures are very consistent, whereas you can't really say that about some of the other contenders in this field. So maybe 16th time will be the charge time for the number 12 horse, as we are 14 minutes away from the 8th and final race. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses as they come trackside and report on that in a few moments. But race 8, the finale, coming up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race. Maiden claiming event for a price of $20,000 for these 3-year-olds and up. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Takeout number 13, Vincita, did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 3, Remarkable Mo, is Eric Asmussen. Eric Asmussen rides number 3, Remarkable Mo. Contrary to the program, the 5 Uncle Tuffy does not receive Lasix. Post time in just 6 minutes.
Well, this certainly seems like the type of race where anything could happen. I wanted to talk about my colleague's top selection in the number 2 Indy Charge. Scott Hazelton did pick this horse on top, and I don't mind taking a shot in a race like this just because, like I said, anything can happen. These horses have kind of inconsistent form, and the fact of the matter is this horse is getting a class relief for the first time in his career. He also kind of seems like he could be the pace of the race. He's been showing speed and stopping against maiden special weight company, and maybe at this distance, a mile and an eighth, he can sustain that speed and take the field gate to wire. The number 2 Indy Charge warming up on the track right now at odds of 13-1. The number 5 Uncle Tuffy is another horse we'll talk about. And this horse does get out of distance for the first time this season, or I shouldn't say that. He has tried going a distance of ground. He did it first time out, actually his first 3 starts. And I actually think his distance races were a little bit better than his sprint races. They shortened him up. They've tried many different things to try to get him in the winner's circle. But he does get the addition of Lasix today for the first time, so maybe that could help get this horse into the winner's circle. He is going to be a bit of a price there at 17-1. And then finally, the number 11 horse, Whiskey or Wine, for trainer Kevin Rice. Now, this is a big step up in class. He's been losing Presque Isle, going against maiden $7,500 claimers, but they say the bottom is the bottom anywhere you go, and this is definitely the bottom here at Keeneland in terms of maiden claiming races. He's been consistent against those companies, Presque Isle, and he does attract the likes of Jose Ortiz. He was dappled. He looked like a happy horse on the track, so maybe he can run to that at 9-1. Competitive group here for this maiden claiming event, going a mile and an eighth on the main track to round out this Wednesday program. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. Moving into line, race 8. Remarkable Mo moves into line. Here's Ultimate Strike along with Scuba. Rocket Knight comes forward along with Uncle Tuffy. Here's Dancing Noah along with Whiskey or Wine. Active Duty, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Indy Charge for the lead. Indy Charge from the inside goes right to the front. Here's Uncle Tuffy kicking in now from in between horses. And then Dancing Noah third up on the outside. Ultimate Strike will go fourth, 4 wide into the first turn. Rocket Knight 5 wide into the first turn as Indy Charge saves the ground against the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Dancing Noah goes second. Ultimate Strike is third by a neck. Uncle Tuffy fourth toward the inside. Rocket Knight now 3 lanes off the rail as they move off the turn in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. Scuba sixth between horses. Remarkable Mo saved ground to the inside in the 7th position. Active Duty is 8th. Commander's Coin is 9th. Whiskey or Wine is 10th. Kalahari King is 11th. Got to Have Dreams, last of the 12 for the move up the backstretch. The opening quarter, 24.15 seconds. Indy Charge, the leader. Indy Charge leads at 3/4 of a length. Dancing Noah, second by just a half length. Ultimate Strike, third up on the outside. Uncle Tuffy, fourth. It was 49.03 seconds for the first half mile. Scuba is fifth between horses. Rocket Knight will be wide again to the far turn. Is sixth and racing 3.5 lengths off the lead. Now here's Ultimate Strike moving up to challenge for the top spot. Dancing Noah there between horses. Indy Charge is still there toward the inside, but now in a struggle to keep the lead because Ultimate Strike is moving by to the far outside and leads it by almost a full length. Dancing Noah in second. Indy Charge is third. Uncle Tuffy is fourth. Rocket Knight is still fifth and still 7 lengths off the lead. Ultimate Strike is the leader and leads it by 7. Gotta Have Dreams is out in the center of the racetrack and is trying to start a rally. Has gone from 5th to 2nd into the final furlong. Still has to catch Ultimate Strike, who's got a 5-length advantage at the 16th pole. Gotta Have Dreams is second. It is Ultimate Strike. They come to the wire. Here's a final run. And Gotta Have Dreams gets up. Gotta Have Dreams gets there.
Lots of drama in the nightcap here. The number 9 Ultimate Strike leading the charge at the top of the stretch, and looks like he is absolutely clear here. About this time, we see the number 7 Gotta Have Dreams start to pick up momentum under jockey James Graham, and honestly, it looked like the number 9 Ultimate Strike just kind of wrapping up a little bit early, and the 7 Gotta Have Dreams picking up the pieces in deep stretch. 19-1 on the number 7 Gotta Have Dreams, the unofficial winner of the nightcap.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Gotta Have Dreams, was first. Number 9, Ultimate Strike, second. Number 10, Rocket Knight, third. The 11, Whiskey or Wine, was fourth. And number 3, Remarkable Mo, fifth. Now the dead heat sign is being posted on the infield board. More in just a moment on the dead heat. Signified next to number 3 in that 5th place spot. So Super High 5 players hold all tickets. Super High 5 players hold all tickets. Winner number 7, Gotta Have Dreams, owned by Randy Finnegan, Joseph Amatrano, Mitchell Veal, trained by Aaron Shorter, jockey James Graham. That is a 3-5 dead heat for 5th. Toyota Super High 5 players, dead heat for 5th, involving the 3 Remarkable Mo and the 5 Uncle Tuffy. 3-5 dead heat for fifth. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 7-9, 10-11, and then the 3 and the 5 in a dead heat for fifth. Again, super high 5 players. There is a dead heat for fifth, the 3 and the 5. The winner, Gotta Have Dreams, a 3-year-old son of Creative Cause out of Dream of Birdie by Reddy's Image, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones, 154.13 for the 9 furlongs. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6 today. There's a carryover of $18,890 for the pick 6. The late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $5,297. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting until approximately 30 more minutes have passed. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.